Welcome everyone to our special council meeting. We have full attendance tonight at our meeting. We have Councillor Eleanor Link from Ward 1, Councillor Giorgio Bassetti from Ward 2, Councillor Kleiber from Ward 3, and Councillor Sam Prague from Ward 4. We have our CAO in attendance, Brent Olnick, and RM of West St. Paul listed here is our Municipal Legislative Officer, Ms. Lainey Shaw. Thank you all. I will read the resolution to get the meeting started. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded. Councillor Link, any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Link.
I'm going to vote to approve this agenda as seen on the RM website and the AllNet for councillors. My vote does not indicate approval of any additions made to the agenda following this meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments for discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, but we did receive an email from Norma Albert today about our notice on this meeting. And she had indicated that she didn't feel we were being transparent by sending out a notice at 4:01 on Friday regarding an unscheduled special meeting for 4 p.m. on Monday to address 5 planning items. So I guess there is some merit to this because we usually let our residents know, at least, you know, we have our schedule set out months ahead of time. And we did get, you know, 48 hours notice that this was going in on the Monday. So is there any way that we can do better at that the next time?
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Our planning items are advertised through Red River Planning. So all of our residents have 2 weeks notice for all of those planning matters. So we can't do anything about that. I think 2 weeks is sufficient and all of that information is up and available on our Red River Planning site. We are following our process in terms of the 48 hours for a special meeting. So that information went out Friday at 4:01 and the meeting is on Monday. So we've exceeded the minimum 48 hours required for a special meeting. That notice was given on Friday and today is Monday. So we're always striving to do better and we're exceeding our minimum requirements. But thank you for bringing forward the residents' concern. Hearing and seeing no further comments, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. We have a human resource consultant with us for in-camera items this evening, and we're going to go to those first. Item 4.1. I'll read the resolution to go in camera. For anyone joining us, we will come out of camera and resume the meeting after that. And if there's anybody that's on participating and logged in for the planning items, you will be booted out while we go in camera, and I would encourage you to log in again this evening for the 6 p.m. planning items. So I will read the resolution for us to go in camera. Be it resolved that in accordance with section 152.3 of the Municipal Act, Council do now move in camera to discuss personnel. And further, be it resolved that in accordance with section 83(1)(d) of the Municipal Act, any issues that are discussed are kept confidential until discussed at a regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bassetti, seconded. Councillor Kleiber, any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Link.
On the agenda, I see an item 3 before going into camera. Am I misinterpreting this agenda?
No, under our procedural bylaw, we have the right to alter the order that it appears. And so I'm altering the order that it appears because we have an HR consultant waiting and available for a specific time period for us. So to accommodate our human resource consultant, I am altering the order of the agenda as per our procedural bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So at 6 o'clock, we'll deal with item number 3.
No, we'll deal with item number 3 when we come out of camera with our HR consultant, and then we will recess until 6 p.m. when our planning items begin.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies things.
You're welcome. Seeing and hearing no further comments, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. right, for anyone waiting on YouTube, thank you for your patience. In camera, we discussed a personnel matter, and we do have a resolution as part of our rise and report. I will read that resolution now.
That's
Okay. Whereas the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul passed Resolution 2021-227 on May 20th, 2021 to retain Sue Cathler of Catalyst HR to prepare the necessary template for performance reviews of the CAO and to assist and guide council as to the process to be followed in carrying out the said performance review, conditional upon council approval and quote provided by Catalyst HR. And whereas Resolution 2021-227 further resolved that Sue Cathler of Catalyst HR was approved to undertake performance reviews of the CAO on or about the following future times: November 30th, 2021, May 31st, 2023, and May 31st, 2025. And whereas the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul passed Resolution 2021-310 on June 18th, 2021 to approve hiring Sue Cathler of Catalyst HR to create a Chief Administrative Officer evaluation process at a cost of $8,500 plus GST. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul approve hiring Sue Cathler of Catalyst HR to undertake a performance review of the CAO in 2021 at a cost of $7,800 plus GST. Can I have a mover, please?
Recorded vote, please.
Request for a recorded vote, Ms. Shaw. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Link. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. All right, we will go on to item 3.1, our accounts. And I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the vouchers 42815 to 42887 as listed and totaling $212,936.86 be approved as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Braccetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. I'm going to call a recess. We will convene back here at 6 p.m. for our public hearings for this evening. Thank you. everyone. We are at the beginning of our planning hearings for this evening. We have a few items on the agenda, and I will read the resolution to open up our first public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recessed for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 105 of the Planning Act. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Pereg. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Planner, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen for all of council. Just give me a moment here. Okay, there we go. So this is conditional use number 32 of 2021. It's for a property located at 3169.
Eric, we just want to make sure the Councillor Kleiber's on.
Oh, of
Before you
course.
continue, so she can participate in this hearing.
Councillor Kleiber, are you there? Okay, we just wanted to make sure, Derek, everybody's got to be present for the whole public hearing in order to vote. We've called for the question already and we'll allow you to proceed. Go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Thank you. Okay, I'll share my screen again. Bear with me. Okay, there we go. So this is, as I said, conditional use application number 32 of 2021. It's for a property located at 3169 Pipeline Road. And specifically what it's about is the applicant would like to have a storage container on their property. So under the municipality zoning bylaw, a storage container is a conditional use within the rural residential zones, and they can only be considered on lots that are 1.4 acres in size. The subject property is 2.5 acres in size, so you can consider this. And the applicant is proposing to have just one of these storage containers, and it's going to be about 20 feet long. So here's just an air photo showing the property within the context of the area. As you note, and as you're familiar with the area, it is a rural residential neighborhood with a number of other lots that are similar in size, about 2.5 acres or 5 acres, depending if they bought a double lot way back in the day. And here's just a site plan that the applicant has provided. I've oriented it to pipeline to the same orientation as the air photo there. You can see they have the house at the front of the property, a couple of garden sheds, and septic field in the back, and then the sea-can would be located behind the septic field. Now, the applicant has stated that in their letter of intent, which is in the package that you have, that the intent of this sea-can is to be used for a couple of years by their daughter and their son-in-law, who've recently sold their Winnipeg home and have moved back home to West St. Paul. With that in mind, if council is wanting to approve this, just as a reminder, you can put time limits on approvals. So, for example, if the applicant has stated like they only need this for a couple of years, you could always say it's approved. However, it has to be removed by November 30th, 2023, something like that, or whatever date you choose. Likewise, you don't have to put a date down. In my screen there, that's all I have for this application. I think the applicant is with us tonight. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you, Mr. Eno. I'll go around our virtual council table here. Councillor Pereg, any questions for Mr. Eno?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Eno?
No, thank you, Mr. Eno.
Councillor Bussetti, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Eno?
Sure. Mr. Eno, I'm not sure of the process about, I hear you saying we could allow this to be on the property till sometime in 2023. Now, how are the conditions of the the conditional use monitored does the RM or the Red River Planning District, is there a letter sent out prior to, say, November 23rd, if we put it in the conditions, prior to that date to warn the residents that the expectations for compliance are that the sea can be removed from the property by November, say, 29th? Or will an enforcement officer visit to check whether the conditional use is being complied with? I don't understand the enforcement part of it.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. This hasn't come up a whole lot of times in the past where municipalities have put time limits on things that last a number of years. Usually when I've seen conditional uses with time limits, it's, you know, for a temporary event over the summertime, and it's pretty obvious if it's no longer there, right? What I do understand is that with our new, with our GIS and our cloud permit systems in place, we could put notations on the property records that we have here so that it's flagged in a couple of years or 3 years, whatever time limit the municipality wants, so that our bylaw enforcement officers could go out and just give a friendly reminder, you know, that the time limit's coming up to either remove it by the deadline or ask council for an extension, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Wow, technology is our friend. Thank you. That's good.
When it works the way we want it to, yes, it's our friend.
I think that's all the questions I had. Oh, how many accessory buildings are allowed in RR?
In this case, 3. So your zoning bylaw states that if a property is over an acre in size, you can have 3 accessory buildings. So this would be the 3rd, and that meets.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
No questions for me at this time. Thank you. Miss Elias, do we have the applicants with us this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Kazimierz Shakilik with us this evening.
Hello?
Are you able to hear us okay?
But I don't know, I cannot see myself on a computer, so I didn't know if I'm available. Yeah, but I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Is there anything else that you're wanting to add in addition to what the planner has mentioned on your application?
No, that's basically what we want for our kids, about 2, maybe a little bit more, but I don't think that no more than 3 years would be plenty for either building the new house or they buy the other house. So that's all we need.
Thank you. I'll go around our council table and see if there are any questions for you this evening. Councillor Link, any questions for the applicants?
Yes, I do. Could you confirm that you're just renting this CCAN?
Yes, I renting the second.
Okay. And how long have you been renting it on your property?
Just for a couple of months.
Since your kids have moved back in, I take it. And you only have the 3, including the CCAN, you only have 3 accessory structures then?
That's right.
So there's a couple on the side, and then there's the CCAN. No shed behind the CCAN?
No.
Okay, thanks. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Bussetti, any questions for the applicants?
No, thank you.
Councillor Pereg?
I can't seem to pronounce the name correctly, so I'm not going to butcher it. I'm going to call him Mr. Mr. What's the condition of the CCAN? Is it, what I'm getting at, I don't want the CCAN to be like an eyesore when people look at it, that it's well painted and things like that. I know you rented it, so I just want to make sure that, it's not an eyesore when people look at the CCAN.
No, it's freshly painted. It's not new Seacon, but it's freshly painted and looks it's black. That's all it is.
Okay, so long as it's in good condition, is not an eyesore, I do have a problem with it. And as the planner indicated, that I know you have your kids back home and they're here just for temporary while until they have a new residence. And I see no further concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for the applicants?
Hello,
Hi.
Mr. Applicant, I'm going to say, because I can't.
Yeah, you can call me Kaz. That's good enough.
Okay, Kaz. So had similar concerns to Councillor Parag as far as the condition and the outside of the storage container. I noticed it's on the back of your property. So is it kind of out of view of your neighbors?
Yeah, it's far back. It's like I would say about 300 feet from the front,
Okay,
300 or 400, something like that.
yeah. Okay, and would you be okay with a condition if we put a time limit on the condition?
Yeah, well, if you have to, yeah. I don't have an objection to that. Like I said, I would need about up to 3 years, something like this, no more
Okay.
than that.
So it could go before 3 years, but you would like to have
Probably,
a
yeah.
little bit more time just in case.
Yeah, just in case they're not ready yet. That's what I would say,
Okay. Well, it's fun having your kids back home, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I put the condition for them. 2 years plus, that's it.
Well, enjoy that too, because
Yeah, I
you always
do.
get those opportunities, right?
That's right.
Well, thank you. That's all the
Yeah.
questions I have for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaz, for being here with us tonight. Just a couple of questions from me. We've approved conditionally storage containers in the past. We're not too excited about doing it in residential areas because neighbors end up getting excited about storage containers there, and I understand yours is short-term. If it's going to be 3 years, would you commit to maintaining that paint if a condition was added? If it starts chipping away or looking bad in the next 3 years, that you would keep that well maintained?
Oh, sure, that's not a problem. Yeah.
And the people that you're renting it from, it's just annually and they're okay with you
Yeah,
painting and keeping up the container?
Yeah, they will probably do it if it's something going wrong with the container. They will fix it.
We have typically in any other conditional use for storage containers in residential areas required trees. So if this exceeds something like 2 to 3 years, I don't know if there's anything that could be put in about trees, but we wouldn't want to see something left there indefinitely and not have buffer and not have trees. So this, you're definitely committing and fine with us putting a time limit on this?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I don't know, Mr. Eno, if there's any way to be addressing that in terms of consistency or just a timeline as opposed to conditions of trees added for buffer, or if it's temporary like this.
Yeah, well, I can try to put it trees, but it's very hard to grow any tree on my property. the soil is not good for growing any trees there, but I'm trying.
I guess just one final question, Mr. Kaz. Have you talked to any of your neighbors about this, of a 20-foot black storage container going in the backyard? Are your neighbors okay with this? Have you approached any of them?
Yes, not personally, but my son-in-law was talking with all the neighbors around me, and they have no problem with that.
Thank you for doing your due diligence and going out and speaking with your neighbors. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to see if anybody has any comments of support or opposition, and then you'll get an opportunity to speak again.
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Elias, have we got anyone registered to speak in support, opposition, or for information tonight?
No one else registered in support. We do have Brian Truthwaite registered in opposition. He's not with us this evening, and no one registered for information.
Was there an email or anything, Miss Elias, in terms of the letter of opposition?
No comments sent in. Mr. Truthwaite did say he would be attending this evening, but he's not with us.
Did Mr. Truthwaite, if I'm saying that correctly, did he provide an address?
He did, yes.
So to preserve privacy and not state an address, is this an immediate adjoining neighbor, anybody in the immediate area to this property owner?
He would be a fairly close neighbor, yes.
Councillor Bristetti, you had your hand up.
It was just trying to get a way to get the address or the area that he was in. That's all. Thank you.
Right, with nobody else registered, Mr. Kaz, you have an opportunity to speak again. So there's one person, one neighbor of yours that is registered in opposition of the container. But with no comments and not appearing here tonight, you do have the opportunity to comment again concerning any opposition to your container.
No, I have really nothing to say because the neighbors around me, they will agree with me. So I don't know who is that, but nothing to say about it. I mean,
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. You have a follow-up question?
And normally on a public hearing, do we not read out the addresses and of every person who's against and who's for? Isn't that part of our regular process?
Not since we started filming live on YouTube because it's available anywhere. And so the process is we have not been reading names and addresses the way that we would if it's in council.
Okay.
So we
So-
have not been reading those.
So we would have got that in a package ahead of time, right? Or we should have got it because it would have come in before 2 o'clock, correct?
There's no letter, Councillor Kleiber. There's an
There's an email,
opposition
though.
and somebody who is going to be here tonight.
Is there no email? If there's
Madam
no-
Mayor, I
Go
can
ahead.
confirm that the complaint or the opposition was received by phone.
By phone.
This afternoon.
Okay.
Any further questions for Mr. Kaz? Go ahead, Councillor Link.
I was just quickly rereading Mr. Kaz's, sorry about that, Mr. Kaz, for abbreviating your name, but I got to do it too. Reading your application, and you say it was needed for the next couple of years. And now you think it's going to be needed for 3 years. So it's really undetermined,
well,
is it, how long you're going to need it?
like I said, 2 years, that would be the first approach, but like I'm trying to save my time, for just in case they need it a little bit more, might be, 2 years, few months or something like this.
Are you aware that, well, depending on what they've got stored in there, furniture and things, not going to do well for 2 or 3 years, two and three winters.
Well, that's a furniture, they should be okay. That's nothing to get bad unless the mouse will get in.
Okay. But I'm concerned about leaving, when there is an objection, I'm concerned about extending the time for a greater period than you initially asked for, which was a couple of years. I've got to be honest on that one. So I want you to know that comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Link. To Councillor Prague and then Councillor Braccetti. Go ahead, Councillor Prague.
Well, Mr. Kaz, you can go for 2 years and you have one additional extension after the 2 years. You are given that opportunity. If you require it any longer, you have one extension and you can do that. Are you okay for us to go for the 2 years? And then if you need the extension, you reapply for the extension?
Sure, no problem. Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
if it's the option, yeah, I'll go for it, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kaz, for your understanding.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Braccetti, go ahead.
I was just going to bring up the 2 years with, then he could go for an extension. Thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions for Mr. Kaz, I'll close the public hearing and council can discuss. Seeing none then, thank you, Mr. Kaz, for being here this evening, and council will close the public hearing and decide on your application.
Thank you.
All right. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Braccetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Whereas the applicant has applied for conditional use 3221 to allow a storage container at 3169 Pipeline Road, Lot 2, Plan 49852 in the RRO Rural Residential Zone. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representations for and or against the conditional use application. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul approves conditional use 3221 under the following conditions. One, that the conditional use approval is limited to allow a storage container as proposed within this application. Any changes will require a new conditional use approval. And two, applicant owner to obtain all required permit and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District and RM of West St. Paul. Mr. Planner, I'll finish reading the resolution and we can modify. The approval of a conditional use will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Braccetti. There were comments about a 2-year time frame, an expiry of November 2023. I'm seeing nods. Councillor Link, Councillor Prague, Councillor Braccetti, Councillor Kleiber, are you all right with 2 years, November 2023? So, Mr. Planner, if we could add that as a number 3 and how that would be worded, if I could have you word that for us.
Of course, the third condition could be that the storage container must be removed by, and then we'll put a date. Did you want like November 1st or the end of the month?
It
November
probably gets
30th?
harder to remove the more snow there is, I would assume.
I would assume so, yes.
If our council's all right with prior to November of 2023. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Can we also put in something regarding the maintenance of it so that it remains in good condition? I think Councillor Link made an excellent point about make sure that it's being kept up.
Of course, so we can put in a third condition for the timeline. We can say that the storage container must be removed by November 1st, 2023. And a fourth condition that the storage container must be maintained in good condition, including the paint. Does that sound about right?
Maybe to the satisfaction of the CAO, Mr. Eno?
Sure.
And then that way, if it's up to the CAO and his staff to determine that it's in good condition. Councillor Prague, go ahead.
So how would we add the extension? He has the ability to extend after the 2 years. Or that's the process, we do add that there, or do we? So he
Yep.
knows that.
Yeah, so an extension can be done through our office. It's essentially just making another conditional use application. It comes back to council, another public hearing is made. Unless council wants to give him 3 years or 2.5 years, something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Eno.
Okay.
Yeah, I have some concerns about the application. I appreciate that it's temporary. I hope it stays temporary. Our consistent process is that the paint matches with the house color, that it's a neutral color, that people put on buffers, that they've added roofs to make it look like a storage shed and not a storage container. So I do have some concerns about this. I wouldn't want 2 years to turn into 3. And even 2 years, we've had people say to us before, this isn't out here forever. So I don't want to see a ripple effect of storage containers. It's something that's earmarked on our zoning bylaw amendment as something that's done because we're not wanting to see shipping containers throughout residential areas. So I have mixed thoughts on this, as long as this is temporary and kept in good order. And it sounds like there's residents, at least one resident who's objected to this. So it is concerning. Hopefully this is kept in good paint order. I don't know what this black is going to look like out there and if the neighbors are going to have concerns, but hopefully this is temporary. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Yeah, I think we've put those conditions in place because they've been asking for permanent. So this is temporary, he's renting it. I don't know if we can make those same demands. If it was permanent, I agree with you. We would want to remain consistent on it. So given that this is a rental, I'm okay with it the way that it is.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber, and I am confident in our staff in terms of enforcement. There has been things towed before. So to Councillor Link's question about enforcement and follow-up, storage containers, there has been notices given on removing them. And so I'm quite confident on the enforcement of it. We'll just see how the first 2 to 3 years go with the container in the neighborhood. The mover and the seconder, do you approve the changes made to the resolution? Councillor Braccetti, yes. Councillor Craig, yes. All right. Then with no further discussion, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we are on item 5.2. I will read the resolution to close the meeting and open the public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 105 of the Planning Act. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Braccetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Eno, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen once again. Just bear with me. There we go. So this is conditional use number 33 of 2021. It's for the property located at 1255 Capulus Drive. And the purpose is to establish a self-storage facility on the subject property, which is within the commercial highway zone. So under the zoning bylaw in the commercial highway zone, a self-storage facility is not listed as any use that can be contemplated. However, council, you do have that one line item for use that states that any other commercial use not listed in the bylaw can be a conditional use. So that's how the application has come forward to you today. The applicant is proposing to put actually 4 buildings on this property, but 3 of them will be self-storage facilities. I should note that the reason why a self-storage facility is not in the zoning bylaw is because it was taken out. The previous zoning bylaw that was on the books did have a line item called storage building and household goods. That was a permitted use in the previous zoning bylaw. But when your current zoning bylaw came into effect, council of the day, for whatever reason, I don't know why, decided to remove that line item. So this is coming to you as a conditional use right now. Here's the subject property on an air photo. It's a rather old air photo, as I'm sure you know if you've driven by the site. It's there's no more trees. It's part of the extension of the commercial and industrial lots that swoop around there on Capulus up against McPhillips. There's a photo of the site just showing you, obviously taken from last week before the snow flew, just showing you the property and its state today. And here is a site plan that the applicant has provided. So the left-hand side of the screen being Capulus, you can orientate yourself that way, and there are 3 buildings at the front of the property. The 2 buildings on the north and the south extremes of the property, buildings A and C, will each have 15 units, heated units. That's about a 7,800 square foot building in size for each of them. And then building B, which is right there in the middle, will have 50 units, storage units, and that's about 6,000 square feet. I believe it's not heated, the middle ones. That's all I have at this point, Madam Mayor. If council has any questions, I would be happy to address them. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Eno. Councillor Bassetti, I'll start with you. Any questions for Mr. Eno?
Yeah. What did you say the back building was? Sorry, the one right at the back of the property.
Right, so that's the 4th building. It's going to be like office and storage, kind of similar to what you see along Capulus Drive, where you have, I'll say, a multifunctional kind of a building where you would have a tenant and an office space inside.
Okay, next, are they listing anything for, I only got halfway through this one, but exterior storage of motorhomes, boats, anything like that, seasonal equipment?
They have not listed anything to be for exterior storage. And in fact, that's one comment that I forgot to mention this, that your staff have recommended that there be no outdoor storage, as well as that if they are looking to have restricted access to the property, as some storage facilities do, that there be some sort of ability for the West St. Paul Fire Department to gain access should they ever need to. So those are some recommendations from your staff.
Okay, next thing is lighting. Like this is a place that you can access 24 hours a day. We have to, it's going right in front of a residential area. So I don't want to see, people working in a storage container, like, contractors will use it, all that kind of stuff at all hours in the day. So just worrying about that kind of stuff, noise, fencing, lighting, that kind of stuff.
I don't have any details on that. That might be a question for the applicant. But if lighting, design standards, those types of things, hours of operation are a concern to council, those are absolutely within your purview to make those conditions of approval. This is within the Middle Church secondary plan. And as you know, the commercial sites along Capulus are supposed to have a higher design guidelines to them. There is already a development agreement, I believe, on this property that deals with that. But as I said, if there's some other issues of concern, lighting, hours of operation, those absolutely you can talk about those in conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Eno?
So Mr. Eno, the gist I'm getting from this application is you've got an office and then you've got several lines of storage and they're all separate units and everything's inside. And you access it whenever you access it because it's your storage unit, correct? Or have we got hours, business hours that they can access, or is it 24/7?
I don't have any business hours from the applicant.
we'll
Sure, they
ask.
can answer that, but your take on the layout is correct. And I think the applicant actually submitted some renderings as well, a little bit late from when I sent the package off to you, but I believe Pam included that for you, so you get a little better sense of what's happening.
Right, I tried to look at those renderings, but it wouldn't come up for me. But I know it's very similar to the storage units that I see other places. I know we have one on Main Street. We have one, I know there's one on Lage behind the Olive Garden. It's a very similar situation. You've got the office and then you've got all the different units. Okay, I think I've got the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pereg. Any questions for Mr. Eno?
No, I leave my questioning for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Link, any questions?
Yes, I noticed in the plan, in your report, sir, that it was important for council to note that there is an active permit application on this property. And so I'm wondering why it should be important for us to know that. And what does that permit allow?
So currently, there's an active permit for that fourth building at the rear of the property.
Yes.
So that is permitted and that can go forward. And I guess what's in question is what's going to happen at the front of the property. And part of their permit is still sort of pending on council's decision for that.
Okay. Now, I'm also wondering about the need for the access at off hours. Is there more risk of fire for businesses, for storage facility businesses than other businesses?
I'm not aware of any additional risk, if to put it that way. But I think what the municipality administration is looking for is just to ensure that there's access for fire department to get in there, just in case. Some of these facilities, as you've probably driven by them before, as Councillor Kleiber has noted, sometimes they're gated, and heaven forbid, should something happen after hours, the fire department needs to be able to get in there. So.
Yeah, well, we have fenced and gated businesses in the business park. And I don't know if they have such a condition on their businesses. I've never heard it before.
I guess I should note the difference between those and this is that storage lockers are not supposed to be occupied by anyone. So there's different sprinkler requirements for those other businesses you're talking about.
Okay, all right. I didn't realize the business park businesses required sprinklers.
Either sprinklers or other non-combustible fire rating types of materials to slow down fires, yes.
Okay, that's good. Now, now you say that I was going to ask about the rationale for the previous council removing the category of storage building for household goods, but you say you can't recall. Councillor, does our CAO or Councillor Parag, you are the most lengthy members of recall the reason for taking that out of our? No, okay.
And Councillor, this would have been prior to 1999 when you adopted your current one. I looked in old notes. I couldn't find anything on that, unfortunately.
Okay, then I think that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Planner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple questions for me. You mentioned that there's an existing development agreement on the property. Mr. Eno, sorry.
Yes.
That there's an existing DA. Okay. So if we were wanting to add the conditions of approval of exterior design for the building, site plan approval, fencing, trees, asphalt on the parking lot, hours of operation, could we require a fifth condition of a new development agreement be entered into to address those things?
You could, but I believe that's all already addressed in the current development agreement that you have. The reason I know that is because we have to send off the drawings to your administration to make sure that they adhere to all your existing landscaping and site development requirements in the existing development agreement. So I'm not sure if there's anything else beyond that development agreement that isn't addressed that you're looking at.
Well, personally, I'm wanting to see that there's a wood fence buffering between the future residential and the buildings that are going on here. So I'm not sure if wood fencing of solid fence is required and the trees, the hours of operation that may or may not be in that. I believe the asphalt parking is probably in the existing DA, if my memory serves me correctly, but only for the front. But if this whole area is going to be storage unit, then the whole area would probably be asphalted. So I'm wondering if a new DA should be entered into. I don't know if the existing development agreement is approval of design. And so council sees beautiful pictures, but I would like to make sure that's a reality and that what we see on a concept plan is actually what ends up being on the site. So I'd like for our CAO to be able to say, yes, that's what was brought to council. We approve the finishing on these buildings to be a upscale commercial area that we have there on Capitolist. So for myself, I'd like to see entered into a new DA. I don't know for the rest of council, but I'm wanting to make sure that those issues are definitely addressed and not something that's missed between a first DA that did not cover exterior building finishes and a site plan. Is that something that could be entered into, just to be
Oh.
making sure?
Sorry, I didn't realize you were asking me a question there. Yes, absolutely. That's something that you can add, especially if you wanted to add an extra thing like you talked about hours of operation. I know lighting, as Councillor Bichetti has noted as well. If you had specific requirements of either types of lighting or that lighting be directed away from adjacent residential neighborhoods, that sort of thing. Yeah, absolutely. You can add that.
Mr. CEO, go ahead.
I think that it would be easy to you know, if we did put another development agreement on, we would use the current development agreement model and do some amendments with it, because you know, the development agreement for lots on Capitolist, that model is older, so I don't think it would take a lot of time for us to do some modifications to it and move forward. So I'm not opposed to that.
Council members, are we okay with condition of entering into a new development agreement to address the fencing, the trees, the landscaping? I'm seeing nods from Councillor Bichetti. Councillor Prague, you're okay?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Councillor Link?
Will we be seeing this before it's approved?
Sorry, I have to get you to repeat that, sorry.
Will council see the amended DA before it is approved?
We see them all. If it's a new one entered into, it has to come to council to sign it. Council for approval.
So we will see the DA.
Ms. Elias presents information on all DAs, yes. We see the
Mr.
conditions
Elias-
of council
Mr.
for all
Elias will
development
be
agreements.
presenting information. He will not be seeing the DA. Yes,
Councillor Link, you're very muffled. You're very muffled. It's really hard to hear you.
Oh, well, my microphone looks
Better now.
okay. So we will see something that Ms. Elias will present us. We will not see the actual DA. Is that what you're saying, Madam Mayor? We will see what Ms. Elias presents us with. Am I correct?
Council approves all development agreements. It will follow the process that we've been using since the beginning of term. We review all information and development agreements with exception to the specifics of the engineering design for drainage and engineering plans. We're presented with all information on
We
council
review what
conditions.
Ms. Elias presents us with. Thank you.
So Mr. Eno, there's agreement on having an additional condition requiring a new development agreement. Oh,
Wait.
go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the use of a new development agreement. Our development agreements are standard for Capitolist, always has been. I'm sure that we can add lighting in there if we need to. So I don't.
Sorry, I've lost your sound.
I'm on. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy, I've got a problem too. I'm not sure why we need a new development agreement. I think mostly everything is covered already in our current development agreement, unless we're adding a condition of lighting. And I would just say about lighting, I understand your concerns, Councillor Bichetti, with lighting. However, we also have to take into account the residential behind there. And one thing I've noticed just driving down Grassmere Road between McPhillips and Main Street is the amount and the abundance of lighting that comes off the industrial onto the residential area. So I don't really want to go crazy with the lighting either, because then it's going to impact the residences behind there as well. So I don't know, abundance of caution is sort of where I'm going with that. I think development agreement is fine the way that it is, unless there's some mitigating circumstance that we have to now cover.
Councillor Pereg and then Councillor Busetti. Go ahead, Councillor Pereg.
As the CEO indicated, that those days are old. And I think it's a good idea to review it and bring it up to standard. So a new DA would be effective and not relying on the old DA. Thank you.
But aren't we using the
Thank you,
same
Councillor
DA
Pereg.
for
Councillor
all of the
Busetti, go ahead.
properties?
Go ahead, Councillor Busetti, and then Councillor Kleiber, I will come to you.
That's what I meant about the lighting, is watching out so that there's not too much shining into the residential area at all hours of the night.
Yeah, agreed.
Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
So we've done multiple conditional uses on Capitalist currently. Are those not the same conditional uses that this one has?
This is the first storage facility this council has ever approved. It's been removed out of the zoning bylaw, and this would be the first conditional approval for a storage facility that this council has done.
Right, but it's a standard development agreement. So what would change in a new development agreement that would be addressed? That's why I'm thinking it's a standard, it's a template. So what would be unusual for this one that we would have to have a new development agreement? Not necessarily opposed, I'm just wondering why we would have to do a whole new one.
So I had mentioned and brought up hours of operation, fencing, trees, and then the exterior approval of the buildings. So the CEO has mentioned that it's an older DA and not all of this might be covered. If we'd like to roll the dice and take our chances with the DA, but our CEO has said that he would prefer to have an updated development agreement on this area with residential in behind. If you're fine with the DA as it is, Councillor Kleiber, that's fine. I've got two other members of council that would like to see that updated.
Well, I guess the thing is, it's a standard DA and fencing should be already in the DA. And all of the things you've mentioned should already be in the DA. The only thing that's changed here is that it's a storage facility. I don't see how it's necessarily different than any other industrial building. But did we not receive a copy of the DA before we had this meeting, or was that not provided to us? Did administration not have a look at that DA to see if that's something necessarily we have to revamp? I mean, I have no issue with it if you want to do it, but if it's standard template, it's standard template.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. The advice we're getting from our Chief Administrative Officer is to update that. So I have three members of council. Councillor Link, you had mentioned you're okay with an update. And I have two other members of council who are okay with updating that to make sure it reflects our concerns. Thank you for sharing your opinion, Councillor Kleiber. Mr. Eno, based on the four members of council who'd like to see a new development agreement entered into, can you add that as a fifth condition to enter into a new development agreement to address such issues as fencing, site design, lighting, hours of operation, asphalt throughout, not just at the front? I think there's security. Landscaping. Thank you.
I've made the notes. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, Ms. Elias, do we have the applicant with us on the phone now?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Mark Enns with us this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Enns. Are you able to hear us okay?
I am, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
We can, yes. Welcome.
Thanks.
Were you able to hear the presentation and the discussion of council thus far?
Yeah, no, I have, and I actually got a few points that I think answer a lot of the concerns. If I can just kind of go over some of that.
Absolutely. I will turn the floor over to you.
Perfect. So yeah, as Mr. Eno described, we're doing a kind of a 3 building storage style facility. And actually Pam's already seen this site and has approved it. There is a pretty strict development agreement in that area already, which requires a landscape architect, which we've complied with. So it will be very similar landscaping to 763, which is my other building on the road, or 781. It's fairly treed and pretty nice looking. We do actually plan to asphalt the entire property, as it is going to be in and out traffic, and we want flow to really go smoothly and make snow clearing easy. We also have complied with the requirements for a prettier building, so it does have different types of metals, different colors. There is actually an element of stone on the front as well to kind of break it up and have it look appealing. We are planning to do a black gated entrance, both which is key code operated just to keep it secure, and actually a black perimeter chain link fence. This specific site actually also has a solid wood fence at the rear, which was actually required by the developer Waterside to install. So we're actually working with Bill on that, and we'll make sure that there is a solid wood fence. And there is actually quite a substantial berm at the rear of this property as well, which will add additional privacy from sound and light. I guess specifically talking about lighting, we do only plan to light the interior of the property. So the flanking buildings actually have zero lighting on the outside of the building, as there's nothing there to protect. All of the lighting will actually shine directly inwards. And the rear building, building D, which is a permitted use, but that one also only has lights on the face, so shining again into the property. So there won't be any light shining outwards to either the side yards, which are also light industrial, or the rear yard, which we know is future residential. Again, there is quite a big berm there, and there is a solid wood fence required, from what I've been told, based on the development agreement. So yeah, again, the idea is to keep it nice and clean and just add to more of what's on the road. I will actually be a partner in owning this building, similar to my other ones on this road. So the idea is to keep it looking clean and nice to kind of suit the rest of the street. I guess just to touch on the need, I really think that with all the housing coming in place, kind of behind and beside us and actually across the street, there is going to definitely be a need for this type of thing. Specifically thinking of the conditional use right before us, people need to bring in sea cans because there's nowhere to store anything. Now, at least if you say no, there's an option for them to store inside, out of sight in a clean, kind of secure facility to keep it off the yards. And we're also thinking mostly just for like buildings A and C are kind of specifically designed for kind of boats and cars and people's extra recreational type of vehicles where they would normally park them on their driveways or front yards. This kind of gives them another option to help kind of declutter those areas and to help honestly avoid theft and stuff like that. So that's kind of where we're going with this. We think it suits the street. We think it's going to look good, and we do think there is an immediate need that's only going to grow. So that's why that's kind of what we're hoping for, and hope you guys agree with that. Sorry, I can't hear you anymore.
Barry, you're on mute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Entz, for the additional information. That's great.
Yeah.
I will go around our council table here and see if there are additional questions for you. Councillor Prague, I'll start with you. Go ahead.
Don't mind if I call you Mark, do you?
No problem. Yeah.
Mark, Councillor Parad, do you mind if we do a new DA? Do you have any objections to that?
I guess my only objection isn't that you put in new stipulations, it's just that it's time. So I really think the only thing not touched on in the current DA would be hours of operation, unless that is spelled out in the DA that I'm unaware of. I think everything else is, as far as landscaping, asphalt, berms, appearance, that is all covered currently. I think it's just hours as far as I understand.
Well, if everything is in the old DA and just that, then I have no problem, but I have no way of seeing that old DA. You know, it's not, you know, that's my problem here, Mark. I hope you understand that.
No, I definitely do. I think Pam can probably chime in, or Mr. Eno, as they are a little more familiar with it. But they did actually have to go through the DA in order to approve our current site plan and its specific requirements.
Well, Madam Mayor, can I ask Ms. Elias a question, please?
Yes, absolutely. Ms. Elias?
Ms. Elias, I guess you had a look at the old DA, did you?
Yes, that's correct. And if it's helpful, I can go over some of the landscape and design requirements that are outlined.
That would be awesome, Ms. Elias. So we don't have to go through this long process of a new day. If we have all the information, we can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Sure. So the guidelines currently, they're fairly detailed. So I can't really cover everything, but just so you're aware, each property on Capulus, they would be required to submit landscape plans that are prepared by a registered landscape architect. They have to list all the tree species that would be planted. Along the frontage of the property, there would be a requirement to have so many trees per linear foot, same with a certain amount of shrubs per linear foot. Applicants, they have to provide a landscape deposit. That would be within 50% of the total landscape costs. We would hold on to that until landscaping is completed, as shown on the approved plan. There's also requirements for the height of trees or the caliper of trees, where garbage and recycling bins can be located, what kind of screening would be required. There's also some requirements for fencing. Basically, it says that for long fences, they should be broken up. There isn't a specific requirement that there be wood fencing. However, if there was exterior storage on the property, if they had chain link fencing, it would have to be screened. For lighting, it notes that lighting standards and fixtures should blend in architecturally with the buildings and landscaping. There's also lighting requirements in our zoning bylaw that would state that lights can't shine into neighboring properties.
So there's nothing about hours of operation.
Brad, can you repeat that?
Ms. Elias, there's nothing on the day about hours of operation. Am I correct?
Correct. Nothing regarding hours of operation. So if that's something that council wanted to limit, that could be listed as a condition of approval. And just in terms of asphalting, there are requirements that the parking areas be paved.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elias. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Enns?
Yes. Mr. Enns, I just noticed in the planner's report that you will have storage in building D. And I think I'm okay to ask, what kind of storage will be in your building D, your office building?
Building D is going to kind of be multi-purpose. I suppose it will kind of be an office and kind of a main space. There will be some storage, but it's mainly going to be the occasional, like what we use for snow clearing might go in there, like to clear the actual property, like our Bobcat might come in and out. But I guess it's important to stress that everything that we're storing on a building is 100% inside. There is zero plan for outdoor storage, and the site itself doesn't actually have any room for it. And the point is to keep it nice and tidy. So that'll be, yeah, the occasional car might go in and out of there, maybe couches.
Okay, thank you. I have another question.
Yeah.
Some of your units are going to be heated. And is there going to be any other like humidity control or cools control for the summer in your units, or is it simply they're heated in the winter?
Yeah, so building A and C are both the heated buildings. They're going to actually just be ran off of a boiler. So the idea is that they'll just stay at a comfortable above freezing level, kind of 7 degrees. And that's more just for people that are protecting boats or cars that kind of like them not to freeze. There will be no cooling because we're not really worried about people actually being in there. It's just more to protect the stuff that's being parked inside. And then as far as humidity there, our mechanical engineer has come up with a bit of a fresh air system that is going to be in that those two buildings. Building B is planned to be cold storage, so that'll just be cold.
Okay. So you're going to advertise that these are heated units. You're not going to advertise that these units are climate controlled,
They're just heated units. That's correct. Yeah.
and that's how they'll be advertised.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. That's
We-
very good to hear.
Yeah.
And then I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Kleiber?
Hi, Mark. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
So the only question it seems that council has to ask you is hours of operation. Can you speak to that? What would your office would be open at a certain time, but your storage units would presumably be accessible via the key code, right?
That's correct. So the office in the back will be kind of Monday to Friday, more of a standard business hours idea. The plan is to do a digital access. So there will, like, the front entry and exit gates are going to be keypad controlled. So at the moment, we had no plans of closing it unless that is a strong concern of council, that there be hours where it's just fully secured or that no one can come and go. But at the moment, the plan was that if you got to get something out of your unit, you can get it at your leisure. But
Yeah. Well, if it's keypad operated, then only people in that unit are going to have the keypad code, right? Do you change it quite frequently?
so it'll actually be each person will get their own specific code, so we can
Okay.
track who's coming and going. And I guess to touch on just some of the fire stuff that was brought up, we can give a code that specifically is for the fire department that they are more than welcome to have. That will give them access at any time. And actually, one of my partner's dad is a firefighter. And from what he tells me, they're just going to drive through the gate whether we give them a code or not.
Well, that might happen, yes.
Right, but we are happy to give them a code. And I guess it's also important to note that there is a brand new fire hydrant right in the corner of 255.
Excellent. Did you have any idea of what you wanted your hours to be Monday to Friday?
Like the office hours, sorry, or the storage?
Yeah, the
facility?
office hours.
The office hours will probably be, it's probably gonna be honestly like 8 to 5 kind of idea. Because the hope is this will mainly be an online type of scenario where you will find us online, you will pick your unit, sign up, pay, and get issued your code. And then we'll only be around if you have kind of need a personal help or whatever. But
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with storage units and businesses of this type.
Okay.
And they are usually kept very clean, and you don't see anything outside. So I believe you when you say it's going to be clean and neat, because
Thanks.
that's what I've seen with everybody else. So thanks
I
for
agree.
coming tonight.
yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Councillor Prague?
You're muted.
I didn't hear anything about drainage during that DA. Drainage and the parking in that situation there. I didn't hear anything about that.
I can maybe touch on that. I mean, Ms. Elias can also comment, but this is like very similar to all of the other lots on Capitalist, is it does have east to west drain down both property lines that flows from the rear of the property to the front drainage ditch. So all the water that's on the property is meant to be contained on it or hit the side property ditches that will then flow forwards. And then parking is meant to be fully asphalted, and our intent as per the rendering, which I'm totally happy if you guys say make this look like the rendering, because that is what we're building. We are fully asphalted around all the properties because we really just want it to be kind of clean and simple for getting in and out.
I fully understand, ma'am. What about parking in front? How much parking you allocated in front of the building?
There is some temporary parking stalls perpendicular to building D, and then there is a handful in the back. The idea is that no one's really parking there. They're more of stopping in, unloading or loading and then leaving. That's kind of the intent of this. No one's meant to actually pull in, park and stay full time, unless of course it's someone in the rear for building D, but they have their own specific parking spots. The idea is more of a come and go type of scenario. No one's actually coming and staying.
Because I know this came in the past about parking in front. And there were questions raised about that in the past. So that's why I'm bringing this up.
Mhm.
You know, to be on the same page with the rest. Thank you very much, Mark.
No problem.
Councillor Bisetti, any questions for Mr. Enns?
Yeah, hi, Mark. Okay, the question I have on here is, you say that there's going to be nobody staying in there, but yet I've heard some issues from other, I guess, people with storage facilities that contractors are using establishments, small businesses, that kind of stuff, and they're coming and going with equipment. I'm not even going to name a kind of whatever kind of equipment or whatever. But how do you plan on regulating that kind of stuff? It could be, you know, somebody starting up a lawnmower, working on it at 10 o'clock at night. So that kind of situation, noise wise.
Yeah. So our plan is, again, as much as we can physically control it without being there full time, there is quiet hours in the RM, which we do plan to make as part of the agreement when they do sign up for their unit, so that they understand that there is quiet hours in the RM. So we'll do our best to enforce that as much as possible if there is ever a complaint, but short of spelling it out in their agreement before they accept their unit, we will again try to police it as best we can, but I can't promise that it won't, something might not happen once in a while, but our intent is to manage as best as we can, at least.
Okay. What has me concerned here is previous councils have taken this out of the equation. Where they've made it, you know, you have to come in for a conditional use on it. So without going back, I guess we can't, we've looked and there's nothing in there showing why it's been taken out. Would you have any problems with an amendment if we needed any amendments to the DA in a timely manner? Like nothing that's gonna, we're not gonna reinvent the wheel. Like you said, most of it's all spelled out, but we're looking at it in a different way. This is the first one that we've been, you know, offered in West St. Paul.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm also open to it, and I'm not even sure this is possible. Maybe Mr. Can touch on that. Like the previous conditional use, even if we just add in one or two clauses to the conditional use rather than a whole other development agreement, if we can just add in your concerns that we can address, I'm open to that. I do understand that noise is obviously a concern, especially with residents coming in the back. I guess that's a concern with almost every industrial building on this road though as well. So it's a tough one, but I understand that it is a concern.
But on that note, we have strict business hours to all those other businesses down Capitalist, where on yours, the business has hours, but the facility doesn't have hours. So it's, you know, there's no way to really regulate that, right? So I hope you can understand what we're getting at. It's the first one, and we just want to make sure we're catching whatever we can foresee.
No, and I understand that. I understand that too, that it is easier to control business hours on an active business, whereas this is more of a come and go type of thing with a lot of different people. So I'm not opposed to hearing you guys out on controlling that as best we can. I guess it is important to note too, obviously we have no immediate residential neighbors at the moment, but our one commercial neighbor that we do have is totally fine with this being there.
And one more list, I guess this can be all like worked out, but with lighting, like would you need your whole place lit up when there's nobody there? You know, motion sensor, that kind of stuff, especially 2 o'clock in the morning, like that kind of stuff where it's limited in the lighting and unless it's needed in that area.
You know what, I'm not opposed to doing some sort of a motion control thing. I guess our biggest concern with this type of facility is theft, especially these days. So I own Ridgemark Builders, so we do a lot of building. We get robbed so often now. It's incredible. It's just become a very real problem. The school was a perfect example. I think we got hit there like 7 times. And lighting does help deter that. I know that it is a tricky one, but I'm not opposed to putting like a time limit on the lights where they do click off and then only come on at a motion sensor. I'm not opposed to that. The idea is truly though that we're just lighting internally. We're not trying to light the outer properties.
Exactly, internally and lower. Like you understand what I'm saying? When you got the lights that are, you know, 20 to 40 feet in the air, it's radiating light into the oncoming, like in the properties behind it. So.
No, I totally understand that. So actually the plan is to actually put the lighting directly on the building, and actually the front 3 storage buildings are between 9 and 12 feet high. So the lighting would actually be quite low, and the rear building is taller, but it's again going to just be on the face, kind of at that 14-foot height, shining forwards. So we're really, I am mindful of that because we've built in the past where we've had lighting that's on poles that does affect the neighboring residents that we've had to adjust and tweak and try to redirect. So yeah, so we're really trying to keep everything lower down and really just like the drive lanes, just more from a visibility security standpoint.
Thank you. Sorry, I made mute twice.
No problem. Thanks.
A few questions from me, Mark. Generally, I love storage container areas and have used them myself, and they provide a valuable need in a society where we keep accumulating stuff. So I absolutely understand the value, but just some of the details here. Initially, I'm not opposed to adding a number of conditions and having them separate conditions, but I am concerned that when it's conditions added and not a DA, that doesn't go on title with possible new owners or new business. So if we add conditions and it's not part of a new updated development agreement, that concerns me a little because then it's with you as the applicant as opposed to the site specific. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I don't think necessarily there needs to be a complete redo, but I'm a little concerned with the conditions of this area going with you, the applicant, as opposed to the site. I'm also, you had mentioned about asphalt. Our existing DA talks about asphalting the front of a parking lot, but since you're bringing the business back to the full property, I'd be looking for asphalt everywhere to where there's going to be parking access everywhere. And I know that's not something mentioned in the DA. I'd be looking for specifics on directional lighting. I think Miss Elias mentioned building design approval, but I'm not sure. She was talking about landscaping. I'm a little bit concerned about a couple of things I'm hearing. You had mentioned that theft is a huge problem for you. So if council approves what you're proposing here, we're going to be bringing a lot of theft to West St. Paul in this area because this is a big problem for you. So I just, maybe you could clarify on that. You guys have said you have a lot of break-ins and that sounds concerning.
Sorry, Leah, let me clarify. That is on our active construction sites. We've had zero theft at our actual established buildings where there's people here with the fencing up and the lighting. So sorry, I'm not trying to scare you. We're not going to bring in a bunch of criminals. No,
Okay.
the problem is on our active construction sites. Those are the big issues. Whenever anything's under construction, we're getting a lot of that. As soon as the fencing and lighting and occupancy is kind of established, it goes away. They're more just looking for opportunities, which is always a lot more readily available on a construction site. So no, don't panic. I'm not bringing a whole bunch of criminals here. It was just referring more to our active construction sites.
I appreciate the clarification on that because it was a little concerning. I understand it's an issue on construction sites right now, so I appreciate your follow-up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So nobody's going to be there 24/7. You've got the lighting, but not a presence 24/7 for it as somebody on site?
There will be no one on site physically. We will have cameras that are going to be monitored 24/7, but physically, no, there will not be an overnight presence.
I know we've had a previous storage container business in West St. Paul that's now closed in a commercial area. And that had specific hours of operation where it was business hours of operation. So people could not access their goods unless it was between whatever 9 and 5, regular business hours. Is that something that you would possibly be agreeable to? I know that's not the design necessarily of these. What's concerning is someone showing up with a moving truck to get access to their stuff, 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, whenever they feel like, and we're gonna have residential in behind. So it's very hard for us to fix a problem after the fact and say, Mark was there first, so people can come and take their stuff out at 2 in the morning because his business was there first. But I can anticipate some concerns when, it's beep, 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 backing up and there's stuff being picked up in the middle of the night. So I know a previous business that was in West St. Paul as a storage facility was regular business hours. Is that something that you would be agreeable to?
So I wouldn't, not necessarily regular business hours. Am I open to restricting the hours? Definitely, like a 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. kind of thing, and then the gates get locked and you can come back the next morning. It is hard to make people with their recreational stuff or their own personal items, if they have a job that they can't get to the site until after hours. So we're not opposed to doing like a 6 a.m. so it's not too early, and then shutting it down at 11 so that we avoid all the late night stuff. That's something that we'd be okay with. Restricting it Monday to Friday or even Monday to Sunday, 9 to 5 that's a pretty hard sell. It really kills the business, to be honest.
6 to 11 and having some hours like that sounds very reasonable, Mr. Enns, that at least there's limited hours. It's the 2 in the morning that would be concerning of people going to pick stuff up and cause disruption, right? So
No, and
I like that you're
understand.
agreeable to some
Yeah.
kind of limited hours there.
Yeah.
Great. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you very much. We're going to see if there's anyone registered in support, opposition, or for information, and then you'll get an opportunity to speak again.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Elias, have we got anyone registered in opposition, support, or for information?
In support, we have Chris Dick registered in favor. No one else registered in favor. In opposition, we have Bill McGarry. He noted concern about traffic, and no one for information.
Any of those registered wanting to speak?
We don't have any of those two gentlemen in attendance.
Great, thank you. Mr. Enns, any follow-up regarding one in opposition and one in support?
I guess I'll just touch on the one in support is obviously the neighboring property who is building their business there, and they have no issue with it. We're actually actively building their building. So they're fine with it. As far as Bill, I can't speak to what he's concerned about as he sold me the property. And he's also the one creating hundreds of cars of traffic with the development behind me. So it seems interesting that he's worried about traffic, but again, it's more of a come and go type of facility. So I'm really not worried about there being a ton of traffic because it's kind of, you know, it's not really long term. It's not going to be a steady flow. I don't know if any of you have ever been to these storage facilities. I've been to a lot more lately since looking into this, and they seem to be fairly quiet. So it's not a really big concern for me. But again, that's just, I'm guessing on both fronts, so I'm not them.
Any additional follow-up questions from council? Go ahead, Councillor Bisetti.
Well, I guess with the one objector about traffic, with the limited hours that we'd put in, I guess we would eliminate some traffic that way with putting, you know, the 6 a.m. to 11.
Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Bichetti. I don't see that there's going to be an overrun of traffic. These are storage facilities. People are going to put things in storage and leave them there. So they might come back in the spring and get their RV, but I mean, this is storage. It's not every day in and out, in and out, in and out. So very limited traffic, I think, would be in this facility. Am I right on that, Mark?
That's kind of what we think. It's kind of, most people tend to fill their space and then honestly forget about it.
Yeah.
That's kind of why storage is a business, because people just don't want to get rid of their stuff, but need a place to put it and tend to just leave it there. So.
Right. It's just like you mentioned on that previous application where people will put their furniture and wait for their house to be built and they put it in storage and they leave it there.
Yeah, and a lot of seasonal stuff, right? Park your cars for the winter, come back in spring to get them, kind of thing.
Yeah, or you see you or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Councillor Craig.
Madam Mayor, I still insist on a new DA. Thank you.
Councillor Bisetti.
Well, the only thing I'm bringing up here is it's not just people leaving their equipment or leaving their boats for the summer or the winter or whatever. We've had an application in for another home business that parks at a storage facility and leaves their equipment there. So there's people every day picking up the equipment in the morning, dropping the equipment off in the afternoon. So it's not just a one-time. I just don't want to see that at all hours of the night. That's the biggest thing I have. And I agree with amendment to DA, new DA. Something has to be looked at.
there's no further questions for Mark, I will thank you, Mark, for being here and for explaining your application for council, and we'll close the public hearing and discuss the matter. Thank you so much. I will read the resolution to close the public hearing. Sorry, just a minute. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded. Councillor Kleiber, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I have a resolution. I will read it and we can make amendments to that if requested. Whereas the applicant has applied for conditional use 3321 to allow self-storage business at 1255 Capitalist Drive, Lot 2, Plan 68590 in the CH Commercial Highway Zone. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representations for and or against the conditional use application. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul approve conditional use 3321 under the following conditions. One, that the conditional use approval be limited to what is proposed within this application. Any changes in use will require a new conditional use approval. Two, that there is to be no outdoor storage. Three, applicant owner to obtain all required permits, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District, the arm of West St. Paul, and Manitoba Infrastructure if required. And four, applicant owner provide ability for the arm of West St. Paul Fire Department to access the property should public access be restricted after typical business hours. The approval of a conditional use will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Link. Discussion from council. Go ahead, Councillor Brussetti.
I'd want to see something on there, new DA, amended DA, just so we can take one more look and double check some stuff. That's all. And the hours, like 6 to 11 or 6 till midnight, something that, but I just don't want to see it through all hours of the morning. So.
Councillor Link and then Councillor Pereg.
I thought I heard our planner recommend that we could put in conditions that would solve the problem of having to do an amendment to the DA or a new DA. I listened to our planner and trust her advice. And I'm wondering if our planner could speak on the conditions that she believes would be wise to add to this list of conditions.
Through the CAO regarding conditions requested by staff.
Well, I think one of the things that maybe that the mayor brought up that was important is we want the what I'll call rules to stick with the property and not just the current owner under these conditions. I would like to have a look at the hours, how they look. So if we want to make a spur of the moment decision now, I don't know if 6 a.m. to 11 is a good idea. I think we need to think about it. But if council wants to decide right now 6 to 11, maybe it should be less. Maybe it should be 7 a.m. to 9 and something less on Sunday. I don't know. I'd have to look. I also think that the where there's storage and there's going to be cars and people moving in and out of these storage units, that we should review and see what other places are using for storage in regards to a full asphalt lot. I remember another property coming that did MPI claims and sometimes had 5 to 6 cars in the lot in a transition, and council, some council was very upset with that. So I would like to have time to review this. I think that if we did a development agreement, it could take place right away. Everything that is in the development agreement would stay, and then we could add some things with thought. But if council wants to do it on the spur of the moment and just pull the hours out of the air, I'm good with that too. Lighting is also a big concern here. Is if there's going to be people in that area late at night, and you're going to have people in homes with families in a residential area. It's commercial and residential is going to have to learn to live together well, but lighting is a concern, and I think the lighting has to point downwards, and we need to make sure all hours of the night it isn't lit up, and also have a concern that if we're bringing traffic in there at all hours, that we're bringing traffic to capless businesses late at night, and the police force is the RCMP, and they are not, what I can remember, the last stats is they are by that area about 100 times a quarter. So it's not like it's right on their route. Those would be 3 or 4 of the things that come to mind to me now. I think if we did development agreement, there wouldn't be a lot of changes, and we could turn it over in within 10 days and just look at some of the main events here. If council wants to add it as conditions, I'm good with that too, but I can't offer up hours now. You'll have to decide what you want them to be.
Councillor Bussetti?
I would want to see a new DA, like I said, new DA or amended DA as a condition.
Anyone else supportive of a new DA? Councillor Craig, and do you want to speak to that?
Well, from the beginning, I said I would need a new DA, as the CEO indicated. The old as an old DA, I want it updated. I want to make sure all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. I don't want to jump to any conclusion now before my hands get tied later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I think there has to be a balance of creating undue hardship for a business trying to start out here, and a balance of development agreement. When Mark was talking to us, he said he's followed the very strictest of requirements on this DA, and he has. So the only concern that we have left is hours. And to presume or assume that we're going to have contractors going in and out at all hours of the day is a presumption. This is a storage facility. This not the kind of clientele that you get is contractors going in and out of storage facilities. You might have, maybe you'll have one, but I don't think anybody's gonna start a chainsaw in the middle of the night. That's not the kind of facility that it is. It's a facility for people to put their furniture. It's a facility to people put their trailers and their sea-doos or whatever, seasonal storage. So we're creating really unnecessary and undue hardship, I think, to this person. And I think that all we have to establish here is hours of operation. He's agreed to everything. He's agreed to the lighting. He's agreed to all these things that are already in his DA. So I'm not really understanding why we need a whole new DA just for hours. We've never done that with anybody else. We've just added hours for their conditional use. So he's willing to abide by the hours in our noise bylaw. Well, let's go with that. That's just my 2 cents. I'm sure that I know that other people have different opinions, and that's fine. That's why we have different views on council.
Councillor Link, your thoughts on a new development agreement?
If it can be guaranteed to turn around in 10 days and be ready for this person, and for council to be assured that it's going through, say tabling it till the next meeting, which is when, in 10 days? I can't recall when the next meeting is. It's towards the end of the month. Anybody remember?
It's the 25th.
That's 10 days.
Yeah.
We could table it till then.
Why would we have to table it? Just asking, like, why couldn't we approve it with a condition of a new DA that turns around in a timeline? Like,
As
just
long as
asking.
that is guaranteed for this gentleman. The
But it-
timeline for him. I don't know how you do that. Is that possible?
Is it possible to have a 10-day turnaround on a development agreement?
Well,
Is that what you're asking, Councillor Link?
Well, I believe that is what Mr. CAO said.
Well, the CAO mentioned that it should be a relatively quick turnaround time because it wouldn't need to be completely rewritten, but additions made to it, but would have to come back to council for a vote and then go out. So my concern with saying that this has to turn around within 10 days, that means we're showing this business owner preferential treatment above other businesses that are in the queue. So you'll approve this if this fellow can jump ahead of the queue and have his work done before other businesses in West St. Paul that are
I
currently
don't
waiting?
know this. I don't know this person. I have no connection with this business. I am not trying to get favoritism for this gentleman. I'm trying to get reasonable service, reasonable application time. That's all.
I'm not saying that there's any preferential treatment that you have any association with the business. We've never as a council said we're going to approve something as long as our staff can put it out in 10 days. That's the first I've ever heard of this, and it really sets a precedent for others that will approve your application and staff has an X number of period of days to fill out a DA and Red River Planning has X number of days for permits. That's not how we work. We're either okay with the conditional use or we're not, but to jump ahead of the queue of other businesses in the queue is an interesting condition, interesting requirement that we have not had yet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I must have misheard our CAO saying that it could be done in 10 days. I apologize.
Councillor Prague had his hand up and then Councillor Kleiber.
Sorry, no, thank you. Sorry about that, Madam Mayor.
No problem. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I don't think we're giving this gentleman preferential treatment, but we're asking him to do over and above what we've asked other people to do. So we haven't gone on Capitalist and said, okay, scrap your DA, we're going to give you a new DA. So that's a difference too. These are unusual circumstances, and so we're trying to work with unusual circumstances. That's the case. I think this can be easily solved with just adding conditions to the conditional use and be done with it.
Just to clarify, Councillor Kleiber, we have required new development agreements of applications before. It's something that we've commonly done where we've approved a conditional use but asked an applicant to enter into a new development agreement with the municipality. It's something that is quite common and we do quite often.
We don't do it when they've already had one.
Not want to have an updated development agreement. And I'm trying to understand your perspective of why you don't want an updated development agreement.
Because it has everything in it already. The only thing that you're adding to it is hours of operation. And that can be added to the conditions. You haven't given me any other situation where you're telling me that we have to have an entirely new DA. The fencing's in there, the asphalt's in there, the lighting's in there. Everything's been worked out with Pam. Pam has stated that. And so has Mark. So why are we trying to reinvent the wheel again within UDA when the only issue that's outstanding here is the hours. That's my understanding. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody can clarify to me, what are the other issues that we have to have a whole new development agreement for?
Sure, Mr. CEO.
Well, I think what we don't have is we don't have a storage unit facility on cap list now. It requires a conditional use. I would like to look further into that. It operates out of regular business hours with people coming. The asphalting isn't for the whole lot, so we may or may not have to look in that and say, should this whole lot be asphalted? If there's access, if there's going to be driveway access like garage doors at a number of locations, it'd be asphalt into there. I know there's another storage facility in West St. Paul and it's all asphalted. The requirements currently don't require asphalt for this whole property. I also think the directional lights are a consideration and we need to iron out when or not they should be on. So for a development agreement, the development agreement that they currently have can stand, and we can add the 3 or 4 items that we've talked about today, and that would include ours, and just ensure that we're not missing anything. I mean, Capless is really important to us. We have a couple of areas in Capless right now that I'm concerned about, and we have one place on Capless that's turned into extreme outdoor storage that's happened right in front of us. So I just want to make sure, and I don't want to see that, because extreme outdoor storage is one thing, and in a M1 or an M2, but it's another thing when it's backing onto residential. And we know we're going to be having a residential in that area. So this isn't a wholesale change. It's something that he already knows what's in his development agreement, and we can come through. We can bring this back to council. We are going to be using the current, the current development agreement, and we've added these 1, 2, 3, 4 things. So for sure would be, we would have to put something about lighting in there because this is different. We'd have to look and check about the asphalting, and maybe it should be more asphalting than, what I heard today was, it's just going to be by the office where they park. I'm a little concerned about security in the Capless area, so that would direct on ours. And I want to be able to talk to the applicant and not force hours on him on this condition, and be able to talk, come to council and say all the conditions that everything applied in the first development agreement, and we're adding these 3 or 4 things. Does the mayor and CEO have the ability to authorize that? And that's what I'd be coming back to council with.
I think those
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I think those are good additions. But you did say earlier, if we're just adding to the current development agreement, there wouldn't be a long turnaround. The reason I'm asking about the long turnaround, I think that this gentleman wants to get going and start building. So would a new development agreement hold him up?
I don't think the new development agreement would hold them up, but I'd rather be able to look at the rules we have in this development agreement, and this is something that we could bring back to council and agree upon and give them the ability to move forward. But I'd rather make sure that I heard the analogy last council meeting about measure twice, cut once, and Councillor Link, I think that was you that brought it. So I'd rather make sure that we take the time here to take one more look at it, talk to best practices in this storage area, maybe have a quick look around and come to council and say the development agreement stands as it was, and we've added these 3 things. And if we go to add something, I want to talk to the owners and say, hey, we're thinking of adding these hours, and hear their side of the story. But I know one thing is the CAO, I have a concern about late hours. And so what does that mean? And, if it's just our noise bylaw, we're going to have to put that in and make sure that's going to work. The asphalt, the lighting has to be, I think they need to have this place lit up well enough for security, but we have to make sure that the lighting isn't going into other properties or residential. So I think I can come back in a reasonable time and saying the development agreement is similar to the one that was with the property. We've added these three things. I don't think it would drastically hold this up.
Would you recommend that we table this? Mr. Olnick? Mr. CEO, would you recommend tabling it? Or is not necessary in your opinion?
No, I think we can move forward and get a development agreement going here. I'd like to see the development agreement with these rules would go on titles. So if someone else comes in and is running this business, if it's sold, we've seen this happen, that new hours aren't applied because they have a new owner. I just want to make sure this Capless is kind of our prized possession for retail, that we get a lot of compliments. And I'd have to say Ridgemark Builders is a big reason why we get a lot of compliments on Capless. I don't want to hold this builder up. I want him to go, but I want our standard, something that we're really proud of, to continue on Capless. And we've had we have a couple of outstanding issues on Capless right now that we're dealing with. And once they get by you, they're hard to bring back into line. I have all the faith in this builder and owner that we could do something that we're both agreeable on, and use the basis of his original development agreement with a few changes.
Okay, just a quick question. We would have had this application for 14 days already. Is that correct? Would Pam have had this already for quite a while? Would she not have brought those concerns to you already, or no? Or is this the first you've heard of it?
These are things for council to decide.
Okay, so you had no concern when it came to the table. It's just our concerns that are being aired right now. Okay, thank you.
I believe Mr. Eno began by saying, council, that he received input from Ms. Elias regarding there be no exterior storage. And so concerns were shared with Mr. Eno from our staff. So I have two members of council adamantly opposed to a new development agreement. Councillor Bisetti, new development agreement. Councillor Prague, new development agreement. I agree with that. I think that it's been something that we have done in the past. I like to see consistency. I want to see every business get going as quickly as they can in West St. Paul, but I want that process to be fair. I want every business to get moving and up and running and people coming through their doors. But I don't like to hear things of how do we expedite one business over top of other businesses. We welcome all business in West St. Paul. And we have similar processes in place for all of them. And one of the same things that we've done for others is to require a new DA. I think storage businesses have an absolute use and value in our world. I'm concerned about the security. And so I think that for our CEO to address that in an updated development agreement. The lighting issue has those two concerns that I'm concerned about. Yes, you want it to be well lit to prevent theft, but not an airport. We've got to be able to have residents nearby not be have undue lighting pollution in their backyards. So we're wanting to make sure that that looks good. The asphalt that's not in the current DA for the area to be looking good. So there's a few things here that I think need to be hammered out. I do have in the back of my mind concerns of why previous council would remove this. What has taken place that storage facilities would be completely removed from our zoning bylaw? We don't have the answers to that, but There's a lot of questions that come up with come and go, any hours, no oversight, no security on site, trucks coming and going. So I am concerned about that, but I'm in agreement of a new DA, and that staff provide the same exceptional service that they provide for everybody else in getting a turnaround on that DA. So Mr. Eno, if you could add a 5th condition of enter into a new development agreement.
Do
To
we as
address
movers
such
and
issues
seconders
as
have to agree with
asphalt.
that?
Pardon me?
We as mover and seconder have to agree with that?
Yep. So who moved this one? Councillor Kleiber moved it. Councillor Kleiber, you're not in agreement on adding for a new DA. And who seconded this?
Councillor Link,
Councillor Link is not in agreement, so we cannot add for new DA. So I have a mover and a seconder on the on this item for the resolution. Go ahead, Councillor Braccetti.
Question.
Councillor Link? Can we add conditions though? I'll agree-
Councillor Link had the question. I was just kind of waving you down before you called the question.
Go ahead, Councillor Link.
How do you know which way I'm going to vote? Because I may have changed my mind as I am listening to you. I don't get it.
So as mover and seconder, we have to agree to a new DA.
And that's, yeah, we do. We do have the power to resist our votes being compelled, but we have the power to make a decision and to change our minds on our own. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, okay, for the DA. So that's 1 and 1. So what do you do there?
Yeah. Ms. Shaw, I have the mover who does not want to change it and she moved the resolution, and the seconder who has changed her mind. I apologize, Councillor Link. You had one position as I went around the table and you've changed your mind. Thank you. To our MLO, the mover of the resolution is unwilling to change the resolution for a new DA. How do we proceed?
I haven't said that yet. What I said is I was the mover and that I have to agree to the change. So I will agree to the change as long as it's done in a timely fashion. That's my concern. So if we can do it in a timely fashion within the 10 days that the CAO indicated, then I'm okay to change it.
So if Ms. Elias is working on any other work for any other business in West St. Paul, you're asking staff to push those businesses aside to get this out as quickly as possible.
You're asking for 3 conditions. I don't think it's pushing aside anybody, and the CAO agreed with it. So we're only adding 3 conditions, and he wants to take some time to do some things and do a little bit of research, and I think we should give him that time.
I think we could bring it to our December meeting. The November 29th meeting has a number of items on it, or we could bring it to a special meeting of council.
Okay, I'm okay with that, Mr. Olnick, Mr. CAO.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's a lot of changing their minds going on. I just want to know what's happening. The mover and the seconder are now okay with a new DA.
Yes, as long as it comes back with either December 5th or November 29th, I'm okay with it.
So how do we add that in the resolution, Ms. Shaw, that they're okay with that and a turnaround time of November to December?
I think we could just agree. I take the CAO's word for it.
I'll reiterate my concern with preferential treatment to residents, that they get expedited service above other residents, and to business owners who may be bumped. I apologize in advance.
Well,
Councillor Craig, go ahead.
You're also requiring more from them too. So because you've put on an additional requirement, we're trying to mitigate that they're not put on the back burner either, because they would be through tonight if it wasn't for us putting a new condition on. They would have their conditional use tonight because they already have a DA. So we're putting extra circumstances on this person. So we're trying to move it quickly through. There's only 3 conditions that we talked about. that we want to put on there. So as the CAO indicated to us, he's going to take the current DA and just add a couple of conditions.
Councillor Bisetti?
Okay, I don't think the CAO used a 10-day. He says it will be turned around in a expedient way. And secondly, this is the first time it's come to us on a conditional use for this business to get a storage. So for us to add something, that's our right to, first of all. And there is something that it's got to be in everybody else's head. Why has the previous council, whichever council that I might have been, removed this from a non-conditional use business? So the reason there's changes is because this is just coming to us for approval. So I believe we have the right to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Bisetti. Councillor Craig, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. When the CEO was asked for a timely turnaround, it came up during the conversation but of a special meeting. And it was agreed upon by a councillor who voted, who was adamant about wasting taxpayers' money for these special meetings. And that same councillor now is asking we put it on a special meeting. How convenient it is.
I actually didn't say that, Mr. Pereg. Mr. CEO actually
Through the chair,
recommended
Councillor
that.
Cliver. Go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't say that at all. I said the November end of regular meeting or the beginning of the December meeting. Please don't put words in my mouth. The CEO said we could do it on a special meeting. So I'm just trying to get this turned around. I'm going to agree with it as long as we can get it turned around quickly, because we're asking for special circumstances on this DA when I think we could go with the regular DA. So please don't attack me just for that. That's
No,
a little bit
I am
over the top.
no, you did. And I can say that again.
Okay, well,
Because
then
you
you know what?
nodded your head in the affirmative.
One
I
at a
won't
time.
agree with it
One at
then.
a time.
I won't agree with it then.
I want Mr. Mark to get his thing going. I don't want to go against him. I want it to get going.
Okay,
But
good.
the
I'm not
first
going to
thing
agree
is
to another
spoken.
DA then. Then we'll just go with the regular DA.
Holding us hostage, really?
You know what? I don't need to be attacked and bullied because I said we would like to do it in a timely fashion here.
Madam Mayor,
I'm
I
trying
think
to be
we need
reasonable,
some time
Mr.
away. We need
Buscetti.
a
I'm
5-minute
speaking.
break before we do this, please.
What, so you
Yeah,
can
I
talk
think
to
we
each
need
other?
a cool off period. So I think
No,
we're going to take
Councillor
a 10-minute
Kleiber, I don't
break.
need to talk to anybody.
Go ahead, Councillor Prague.
Madam Mayor, let's get this done now before there's more assumptions.
We can't.
No, I'm talking about the break. Let's move forward.
All right, so I no longer have agreement on the added DA. It is the existing DA. Councillor Kleiber will not agree to an updated DA at this
Well, I'm being
time.
of wasting the taxpayers' money. I said put it on a regular meeting or a December 5th meeting, and I agreed with the CAO, and now I'm being attacked.
No one's attacking you, Councillor Kleiber.
I would say they are.
They're asking you how come we're able to have a special meeting. So you've made a point in the past, as Councillor Prague has raised the issue of not calling special meetings. And now on this application, we're being told that there needs to be special treatment. So there's.
I didn't say there had to be special treatment. I said put it on another meeting. Put it on the regular meeting at the end of the month. Put it
You
on
will
the
not
next
approve.
planning meeting.
You will not approve unless there's a 10-day turnaround, and I've never heard of such since we've started on council in the
I
past
said
3 years.
an
that
expedient
certain applications
turnaround,
get
and
preferential treatment.
the CAO mentioned the 10 days. I did not.
All right, we've got a request to withdraw the request for a new DA. The resolution will read as stands. I will call for a recorded vote. And I will call for the question. All those in favor of the application? All those opposed? And that is defeated. We will take a 10-minute recess. Actually, let's give it 15. I think we need some time to cool off, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. back. Thank you for your patience. We are on item number 5.3. I will read the resolution to close the meeting and open our public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 125 of the Planning Act. Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Busetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you, Mr. Planner. I will.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to once again share my screen here for you. So this is subdivision application S212919. It's for a property located along Toshak Road, and the applicant is proposing to create 10 new rural residential lots. So just a brief synopsis of what the applicant's proposing here. As I noted, 10 new lots. The minimum lot size for the rural residential zone is 1.377 acres in size. And the applicant is proposing to make these new lots, and they'll be in between 1.37 and 1.77 acres. In terms of lot width, the minimum size lot width is 198 feet, and the lots do not meet the lot width requirement. So there will be some variances needed, and I'll get into that in just a little bit here. So here's the subject property located at Toshak and Penida. It's just under 16 acres in size, and as I noted, the applicant does want to split this into 10 rural residential lots that would continue on with the existing rural residential fabric that you can see in the neighborhood. And just a photo of the subject property. You can see it's sort of a bit of a cultivated field for right now, but it is zoned and designated for rural residential properties. And here is the layout of the site plan. Now, one of the issues that I noted is that the lot widths do not meet the lot sizes. That's a bigger issue for more of the triangle-shaped lots, or the pie-shaped lots at the end of the cul-de-sac. Mostly because lot width is measured 50 feet back from there, and it's at the narrowest point of the lot. But as you can see, they do get wider. Another point of not concern, but issue that has come up is that both lots 5 and 6, as you can see on the screen where my arrows are, these lots have dual frontage, which means that they have frontage onto this new proposed cul-de-sac road, as well as frontage onto Penida. Now, under the subdivision regulations, creating lots with dual frontage is not allowed for residential types of uses. But there is an easy fix to this, and I think councils have seen this before. You can simply require as a condition of approval a skinny strip of public reserve running along the backside of these lots. That would remedy that issue. So this subdivision has been circulated to the different government departments. There were no issues of concern. There are some easements that are going to be required, as well as a multi-lot plan of subdivision for land titles. And the municipality has recommended for a development agreement. All in all, this does adhere to the development plan. There is no secondary plan for the area. And with variance approval for the lot width, this would conform with the zoning bylaw, and therefore we're recommending that this could be approved subject to 7 conditions that are in your package. And I'll go through the 7 conditions. I'm just going to paraphrase. I won't read it verbatim, but the first one is that the applicant owner submits confirmation from the municipality that they've paid all their taxes, payment of development fees, and entered into a development agreement to address access, design standards, servicing, as well as drainage. Number 2 is that they need to obtain variance approval for those undersized lot widths. Number 3 is that the applicants amend the subdivision application by providing a 1 meter wide public reserve strip along the Penida Road section, and that would remedy that dual frontage issue that I talked about. Number 4 deals with drainage, providing a drainage plan and getting drainage approval from the province. And conditions number 5 and 6 and 7 all deal with the utilities for easements with Manitoba Hydro and Centre Gas, Bill MTS, as well as Shaw systems. That's all I have at this moment, Madam Mayor. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. I'll go around our virtual council table here and see if there are questions. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Eno?
Hello again, Mr. Eno. I think I read this afternoon that Ms. Elias had mentioned that the RM wanted the new road that will be created to be asphalted. Does that need to be part of the conditions?
I think that would be addressed under the development agreement. If you look under the condition, development agreement, conditions number 2 and 3 deal with design standards and servicing. So I think it's probably broad enough that it could address that.
Okay. Now, could you explain to me how condition 1, Roman numeral 4, is different than number 4? Why do we need both of those in the conditions? They seem very.
They are very similar. Well, essentially they're the same. So the Roman numeral 4 in the development agreement deals with a drainage plan, but that's the RM ensuring that this development is going to meet your drainage standards. Condition number 4 deals with the province of Manitoba, the Drainage and Water Rights Licensing Branch.
Yeah.
Anytime you do a large subdivision like this, especially if you're going to go into drain into municipal drains that end up into provincial drains, they want to see a drainage plan. So it's essentially the applicant has to make one drainage plan and submit it to 2 different agencies for approval, the municipality and the province. Does that explain it?
Okay, I think so. It must be done by a qualified engineer in either case, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, okay. Now I'm looking at these conditions and the easement ones seem to be a little more onerous than I've seen in the past, but I think that's because the Real Property Act has been changed recently. Am I getting that right? There's some more documentation required to get the land registered on title, or the properties, the lots.
I'm not familiar with that, but the conditions for the easements, this is pretty standard language that the agencies give us that we've used in other municipalities as well.
Okay. So you're not aware of the Real Property Act having been changed recently?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, okay, then I must have misread. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Eno?
No, thank you, Mr. Eno. Great report.
Thank you.
Councillor Prague?
Mr. Eno, when does the province, since when the province approves the drainage plan? Does the province or the municipality approves the drainage plan from an engineer?
The province has been requiring drainage plan approval for many years. They do apply them in some cases and not in others. From my experience, they seem to want drainage approval when they're in more rural areas, or especially when they're next to, I guess I'll say provincial interests, whether they're provincial drains or provincial roads. In areas like some of the more urban areas where you have full servicing, I haven't seen them be interested in those areas too much. It's up to the municipality.
Thank you very much for explanation, Mr. Eno.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Busetti?
No questions, thank you.
Just one question from me. I noticed that Manitoba Conservation and Climate didn't have any, no comments received to date, but their requirements on these are holding tanks. I just wanted to confirm, and I was surprised they didn't provide a comment.
Correct. We didn't receive any comments from them. We reached out, haven't heard back. Not sure why, but on lots of these size holding tanks would be required. The standard for a septic field is 2 acres in size. Yeah. And
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just before, I guess, well, not sign off, but just one added thing. We did get a letter of support a little late in the day. I believe Pam did get it in time to you on your agenda. It was from the Batistas, who are in favor of this. I'll just say they live on Moore Road. I won't give the address though.
Great, thank you for that. Ms. Elias, do we have the applicant on the line?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Dan Garcia with us this evening. He's registered in support.
Welcome, Mr. Garcia. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. You've heard the planner's report and brief discussion from council. Is there anything that you're wanting to add for council?
No, I went through the report. It looks good. We're in agreement with all the conditions. Just not sure about the process with the provincial approval on the drainage. Haven't seen that too often, so I'm just curious about whether or not that that's something. I'm not sure, the level of their involvement, so just curious about that one.
Mr. Eno, I'm not sure if you can provide any further follow-up on that. I know it's something common when it's new properties on Manitoba Highway.
Oh, are you still there? You all froze. Oh, okay. I'm getting some waving. Okay, you can still hear me. Perfect. Yeah, they seem to be involved when it comes to more rural areas, and there is some contact information that we can provide you to reach out to them to see if the scope of their drainage is any more different than the municipalities.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank them. Oh, yeah.
I think Madam Mayor is no longer on there, just so you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think she just went off our screens too.
Just be a moment. The mayor's just relogging in. Thanks. Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
Still on mute.
Thank you. Technical difficulties here. Anything else that you're wanting to add, Mr. Garcia, or I'll go around the table and see if there are questions for you.
No, just if there's anything I can answer with questions. Do you mind if I ask, is my camera on? I can't tell.
We can't see you.
Okay, well, I shouldn't have rented this touch.
Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Garcia?
No, this application seems fairly straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Garcia?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague?
No question. This is quite straightforward.
And Councillor Bussetti, any questions?
No, thank you.
No questions from me. You mentioned you're good with the conditions. That's great. Thank you for being here. Stay on and we'll see if there's anyone else registered in support, opposition, or for information, and then you get to comment again. Miss Elias, have we got anybody registered to speak in support, opposition, or for information?
Yes, Madam Mayor, as Mr. Eno mentioned, we had a letter received late in the day from Tony and Deborah Batista. They noted that they're 100% in favor and feel that this would be a positive addition to the community by adding new families to complement and enrich the neighborhood. We also had a couple people registered for information. There was Annabella Silva, as well as Norma Alberg. Ms. Alberg, she provided a letter earlier today that was provided to council. She noted concern about not receiving notice sooner. Other than that, no one was registered in opposition.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. I did just want to confirm with Mr. Eno that this was advertised correctly and that there's no reason for anybody to object with respect to proper advertisement and notification given.
Yes, under the Planning Act, we're required to either post on the property or send out mailing notices, and we've done both, actually. So
Great, thank you. And for our part, we've advertised more than the 48 hours in advance for a special meeting. We sent out notice on Friday, so we're good there. Mr. Garcia, is there anything else that you're wanting to add?
No, not at this time. We're excited to get it going and then hopefully break ground in the spring.
Thank you. With no further comments then from council, I will read the resolution to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Brusetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution for the subdivision. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act, approves subdivision application S21-2919 for the property located at 692 Toshek Road to subdivide the land into 10 residential lots ranging from 1.37 to 1.77 acres, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year, plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a development agreement has been entered into to address the following, but not limited to access, design standards, servicing. A drainage plan grading has been prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted prior to any development to the satisfaction of the municipality and to ensure that the proposed property does not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. 2, applicant owner obtain variance approval for undersized lot width. 3, applicant owner amend the subdivision application map by providing a 1 meter wide public reserve strip along Penida Road. 4, applicant owner submits confirmation from the Drainage and Water Rights Licensing Branch of Manitoba Conservation and Climate that the applicant has satisfied all requirements from that agency, which may include the approval of an engineered drainage plan and license to construct water control works. For more information, please contact the following. 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas that an easement agreements has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. Contact information listed. 6, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that a right-of-way agreement easement has been entered into with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. Contact information included. 7, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Shaw that an easement agreement has been entered into with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval, information included. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Parag, seconded Councillor Link. Any further discussion on the application? Councillor Kleiber? No,
I didn't put my hand up. Thank you.
I was going around the table. Councillor Parag, any further comments? Councillor Link?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Bisetti?
No, thank you.
No. And the only comment from me is I think this is great. I think we've made a commitment to keep rural lots in rural areas and higher density in Middle Church area where it's should be directed. And so I think to have 1.37 acres, 1.77 acres in our rural area is what residents are asking for. In terms of the holding tank septic field debate, I'm quite comfortable approving this. And we had shown some support for others in the past, and I think it's a great idea that it's consistent with the area that also have holding tanks. And so I have no concerns or issues with that. I will ask for a recorded vote and seeing no further discussion. I will.
We're only catching every third or fourth word.
Okay, can you hear them?
Can you hear me now? I see Giorgio got some frozen. Stan. Okay. All right. Can everybody give me a wave? I think I've got Councillor Kleiber frozen. There we go. Okay. I will call for the question again because nobody's hand rose because we were all frozen. So we will do this again. Call for a recorded vote and I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. A bit of technical difficulties here. All right. We have item 6.1, a subdivision. There is no public hearing on this item as there is no new road being created. Before I read the resolution, I will turn it over to our planner to walk us through this application. Mr. Eno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen one last time with council here. So this is a subdivision application on 3rd Street within your industrial park. The applicant proposes to create 2 lots in the M2 heavy industrial zone. Specifically, they want to take the 1.78 acre lot and split it into 2 lots. So the minimum lot size in the business park under the M2 heavy industrial zone is 1.377 acres in size, and the minimum lot width is 100 feet. Lot 1 is proposed to be 174.5 feet wide, so that exceeds the width, but it's only proposed to be 0.93 acres. And lot 2 is going to be 216 feet and change, so once again, more than meets the lot width. But only at 0.85 acres in size. So here's the subject property. The air photo is obviously a little bit old as the area has been booming and things have been building. So here's a bit of a photo showing the property looking northwest from the corner of Eames and 3rd Street there. And then the applicant's site plan or subdivision plan there. So this is within the development plan identifies this as a business park area, as well as it is within the employment lands secondary plan. And both of those documents talk about business parks having a higher level of design for sites. And with that in mind, council, if you do want to approve this, may want to require a development agreement to deal with site development standards, as well as building aesthetics, that sort of thing. In terms of the circulation to the provincial agencies, there were no concerns from the provincial agencies. No new easements are required, as these lots in the area were already created in, I believe it was 2017. But our office does have one concern. As you'll note, one of the conditions of approval, or one of the requirements for approval of a subdivision, is that it adheres with the zoning bylaw. Now, the lot sizes are undersized in terms of area, and we're recommending that this not be approved because it doesn't meet with the zoning bylaw. Unlike the previous application that you just saw, those lots were undersized in width, and it doesn't affect density. In this case, this lot size is at 0.93 acres in size, and 0.85 acres in size represents about 65 and 61% of the requirement for lot area. Now, council is allowed to approve variances for a number of different things, but one thing that you cannot approve a variance for is land use. And there is an argument to be made that when you vary lot size, you're varying density, and varying density is a variance in land use. You can liken it to residential areas. Think of it as the last application that you had. If it's supposed to be rural residential and someone came with a proposal to vary the lot sizes down to 1/4 of an acre, that would be varying density and land use. So that's sort of a no-no, or something that's discouraged under the Planning Act. And because of that, we're suggesting that a variance would not be appropriate in this case. Thus, it doesn't meet with the zoning bylaw, so it shouldn't be approved. Now, if council does wish to approve this, there are a few conditions in front of you. Your staff have outlined some conditions, one being that the applicant submit confirmation that the taxes have been paid, applicable development levies, that a revised lot grade plan has been provided to the satisfaction of the municipal engineer. A landscape plan and elevation drawings must be prepared and in adherence to the landscape and building design standards that are already applicable to the area, as well as proof that proof of approval has been provided to the RM office that any planned access to Eames Road has been granted from the City of Winnipeg. As you know, Eames is a City of Winnipeg road, and at least one of these properties would require access from that road. We're also suggesting that a second condition be placed, that the applicant submits written confirmation to our office from the City of Winnipeg for approval of any vehicle access. If council does want to approve this, we would also suggest, I forgot to add it in our report, that you need variance approval. However, like I said, we don't believe that variance approval in this case is appropriate. That's all I have for this, Madam Mayor. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. We'll go around the table. Councillor Bristetti, I'll start with you.
First of all, is this the one, this is, I believe, the one that the preliminary renderings were sent in early or late, and I believe Miss Elias added these two. Can we put those up or no? Just wondering.
Sure, I can, just give me a moment. I'll bring them up from my email. And I can multitask if you have another question.
And I think a DA is needed on this one. That's all I want. I just wanted to see the renderings. I just saw them on my phone earlier when they came when I was at work today. So.
Okay, sorry, bear with me. I'm just going to share my screen and I can show that rendering. There we go. How's that? Can you see that? Okay.
We can leave that up if you want. Any further questions, Councillor Bassetti? Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions to Mr. Eno?
Yes. Mr. Eno, there's no letter of, from the applicant about what is the intended use for the land is. We see a beautiful building, but we don't know what the intended use of that building is. So could you confirm that there's, that's not expressed in this application?
Correct. We don't know what the building would be. It's just for a subdivision. Just like the renderings provided, anything would, I would say, would be concept, even if they did provide something. So long as it adheres to the M2 zoning, we'd be obliged to issue permits.
Okay. The decision-making criteria that we have to adhere to is that the land is suitable for the well, it's not a subdivision, but, well, yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yes.
And the intended use. So we don't know that. That's an unknown, right?
We don't know the specific use. I guess the best that we could tell you is that it's zoned M2. So whatever heavy industrial uses are in the zone, you'd have to consider all of them. And it's currently zoned M2. So even if council did reject the application, they could still do industrial uses.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Kleiber?
Mr. Eno, on the rendering, is that both lots that they've got the buildings on? Or is it just one lot they have the buildings on?
I'll put it back up for you. There we go. Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Did they send 2 pictures, Derek?
Pardon me?
Right.
Did they send 2 attachments with that or just the one?
Let me just have a look here. So there's this rendering. Oh, we have this one too. So there's this rendering as well, which looks to be the same type of building, units on the ends and shipping, receiving in the middle. But you're right, Councillor Kleiber, it looks like the building is proposed to straddle the property line.
Which is unusual. Why would you put 2 different titles and then have the property go across? Okay. The other thing is the road. So where is, on this rendering, where is Ames Road? At the front?
Ames Road would be at the bottom, running sort of left to right on a diagonal. So you can see the telephone poles. That's Eames.
Yeah, and the other road doesn't exist. Is that correct?
Third, it does.
On the right-hand side.
Yep, it does.
There's 2 accesses to this property. Okay.
Yes. So I can go back to. Oops. I can go back to sharing the PowerPoint. Oops. Sorry, can you all see my screen? I'm getting a notice that I'm not sharing. Okay, I'm seeing it.
We can see it. We can see it.
So here you can see from the photo that I took, Eames Road is off to the right, and then off to the left, off to the right is Third, and then it's a terrible air photo because it hasn't been updated, but you can see where my cursor is. There's the right of way that's there, and it is constructed. Yes.
Okay. And did the applicant indicate why they would have Or is it just conceptual? We don't really know why they would straddle the property lines, like subdivide it and then put a building on both sides. Do we have any indication of that?
I don't know. It's just conceptual, and even from a zoning perspective, it wouldn't really fly because an interior side yard is 5 feet. We have seen this before in areas like Selkirk when we're dealing with like duplexes where they want to have free titles on each side,
Yeah.
and there's a 0 lot line allowed, but I haven't seen it in a commercial type of an instance. Not to say it couldn't be done, but I don't think the zoning bylaw would support that building as it's rendered.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just looking at the, oh, go ahead, Councillor Braccetti, go ahead.
Just on that last comment, that it wouldn't be accepted like that. So how do these, I'm just, by all means, I'm not saying anything, just, I see buildings with, multiple names on them in different areas. I'm not saying just West St. Paul, 2 different owners, but 0 property lines. So is that just something we've never done here in West St. Paul, or?
I would suggest, or I would guess that those other areas that you're looking at, their zoning bylaws probably allow for a 0 lot line setback. It is quite common that you will see that in urban areas or in some commercial areas where you will have 2 lots and 2 buildings, but they're actually, the common party wall is attached, and the property line runs right down the middle, similar to what you might see for like a duplex lot. Your zoning bylaw just doesn't allow it without approval of variances for side yard setbacks.
So it's not that it wouldn't be approved, it would just need variances.
Approval from, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The only couple of questions from me, you mentioned about adding a condition of a development agreement that you recommended if council does approve that one of the conditions be to enter into a development agreement. You recommend the condition, but you don't have it listed. So is that a 3rd condition that you would list based on your recommendation?
Something for council to consider, just because it would deal with design guidelines. I know that there is already a development agreement on this site. As these properties were all created in about 2017, and I'm not sure if the current development plan still adheres to council's wishes of the day or not.
Sorry, the year on that DA for this?
I believe it was 2017 that we signed certificates for the approval.
Okay. I would definitely want to see a new DA on that to address design approval of the buildings. So we often see really pretty conceptual plans, but what is that actually going to look like? And that come to administration for approving design of buildings to reflect something really pretty like pictures that we've been shown. And also to cover things like no exterior storage would be something that I'm looking for. If the lots are going to be smaller, which is fine, and I have no problem with additional businesses, that's tax dollars for our community and less taxes to be paid by residents, that this doesn't turn into exterior storage. There simply won't be the room if this is approved. And then other issues as administration sees that would need updating from that 2017 DA. I'm sure it includes fencing and drainage and all those things, but if the development agreement hasn't been created for a while, and if the lots are going to be 61% of the area that they would typically be, it might pose some additional development agreement conditions in there. That would be what I'm looking for. Councillor Braccetti, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
No, you said it, adding the DA as an A onto the list.
All right, if there's no further questions, go ahead, Councillor Link.
Well, I guess I need a repetition from Mr. Eno. I think he said that council can't approve a variation that reduces density in land use. So to come back for a variation?
Right. So the Planning Act does not allow you to vary land use. And what I noted in the report is that there's an argument to be made that when you vary lot size, you're varying density, and varying density is a form of varying land use. That's something that we've seen around the province of being challenged. It's something that is frowned upon in the Planning Act. I guess that's the best way I could put it. But if council does wish to approve this, then a variance for the lot size would be required. It's not something that I'm suggesting is proper to vary, but it's up to council to determine if you think that this is actually varying the land use or not, and if you think that the lot sizes are appropriate or not. So just my 2 cents and interpretation of the Planning Act.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
Just again, to confirm, I think you said the rendering of this building would not, what did you say? It was unlikely to be, it wouldn't fit on as we see it in the rendering. The side yards and so on would not be adequate. Is that more or
Correct.
less? Okay.
Yeah, from my
So
look at
there
it, it looks like the building would be straddling the property line, so they would need side yard variances before a permit could be issued.
Yeah, so several unknowns, including what this business is for. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Prague?
No, just all my comment is a new DA to go with this, so it can be, we can go through it thoroughly, and that's it.
So just to clarify so that I've got this correct, the building that we see on there right now would not be able to happen without variances because of this property line issue if the subdivision is approved. But the way the property stands now, without any subdivision approval, they could drop that building on there right now, as is the way it looks, no variances required.
That's what it appears to be, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the building is not part of the application, just the subdivision, and because of an added development agreement, any building could have to be approved by our administration, the design of it and any building at all. Okay, just wanted to clarify. So they're able to do that right now. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
So just to clarify, Mr. Eno, they can put a building down because it hasn't been subdivided, correct? Then it would meet the M2 industrial, right?
Oh, yes, yes. I'm assuming today that if they were to submit permits for what they've rendered, there's no dimensions on it, but let's assume that it meets all the zoning bylaw requirements. They could get a permit for that on the property as it exists today.
Right. But because they're asking for a subdivision and 2 separate titles, it does not meet the Planning Act, correct?
Correct. So there's 2 issues here. One is the lot sizes don't meet the zoning bylaw, and then this conceptual 3D drawing that they gave us, it doesn't look like that's going to meet setbacks as well. So
Okay. So it's
Yeah.
not going to meet the requirements if it's subdivided. Did the applicant indicate why at all? Because we don't have a public hearing and we can't talk to the applicant. Did the applicant indicate at all why they wanted to subdivide this land and then show a rendering of a building on top of it?
everything that we received, we provided to you in the package that you have. The rendering came after we already sent the package off to council.
Okay, so is Miss Elias still on the line? Does she have any idea on that? Has she had any conversations with the applicant that we can determine why they would want this?
Through our CAO.
Madam Mayor, I have spoken to the applicant. He has submitted concept elevation drawings as well as landscape drawings. And we did speak about the options. And it was recommended that the applicant would be able to submit what he's proposing as on the lot as it currently is situated. I think the reasoning for the subdivision was just to provide options for selling.
I'm sorry, for what?
To potentially sell the property to another party.
Oh, I see. Okay. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks for staying so long.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Eno? All right, hearing and seeing none, I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2912 for the property located at 8 3rd Street to subdivide 0.93 acre lot from an existing 1.78 acre parcel, leaving a residual parcel of 0.85 acres subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a revised lot grade plan has been provided to the satisfaction of the municipal engineer. D, a landscape plan and elevation drawings must be prepared in adherence to the landscape and building design standards applicable to the planned area to the satisfaction of the municipality. E, proof of approval has been provided to the RM office of any planned access to Eames Road from the City of Winnipeg. The release of land development and building permits may be delayed until provided. And 2, applicant owner submits written confirmation from the City of Winnipeg of approval for vehicle access connections to Eames Road. And Mr. Eno, if I could have you read the portion on new development agreement.
Absolutely. So number 3, that the applicant owner enter into a development agreement with the municipality to address design standards, exterior storage, and any such matters as deemed important by the municipality. And I think you also wanted to add number 4, that the applicant owner obtains variance approvals for lot size. Correct? Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. Can I get a mover for that, please, and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Bisetti, seconded Councillor Parag. Any further discussion on the application? Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Yeah, if our RRPD is recommending that we don't go against our bylaw, I guess that's says it all for me. It's I mean, if they want to put up the building, they can still put up the building. We're not stopping them from doing any permitting, but we should be trying to follow our bylaws and our zoning and the Planning Act. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Any other comments? I'm personally supportive of this application. I think it's a good idea. I think we'll have 2 businesses instead of 1 and the tax dollars for that. And we're definitely a pro-business council that doesn't want to slow business down. So I'm supportive of that and the revenue that would be generated by that. So that's my opinion. I have a mover and a seconder. I'll ask for a recorded vote. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Planner, for your guidance and advice throughout our meeting again tonight. Bit of a late night for you. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate your advice to council. That's it for this evening. I will get a mover to adjourn our meeting. Moved by Councillor Parag, seconded Councillor Bisetti. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening.